doing the thing some more. So today we actually got our cool, awesome um, mechanism done for our new format, at least well enough for the minute. And we're currently going through some of our processes to continue to kind of like, further improve. And our next group, which is the monks that are due starting not this week, but the week after. So we're actually a little bit ahead of where we have been, which is great because that's where we need to be. And then, so we're basically going to go for, for that sort of thing. That's kind of what we're working at. So hopefully, we'll be able to get the image generation stuff done today, maybe tomorrow at the latest, and go from there. Because the goal of the minute is to try and get this thing kind of sorted out and straightened out well enough that we can really just kind of, move on to more of the coding stuff and more of the back-end coding stuff. I also want to point out that, our overall numbers are seeing much improvement, which is cool. I like seeing it. Appreciate when people show up and, start seeing the kind of moving forward of stuff, right? So, and we definitely have seen improvements. As we can kind of see here, with the getting to 80, almost getting to 90. Hopefully we'll do that in the next couple of days. Break that line, kind of see how our impressions are moving, and the number of clicks as of last Thursday. I wonder if I refresh it, if it'll show up an update. Yeah, let's see. Okay, so we're at 89 rather than so we're almost to that 90 marker, which is great to see. So kind of we're seeing things kind of really improve, and then that means we'll be able to push towards doing media campaigns and such, and all processes are kind of overall just moving forward, which is cool. So, but it doesn't look like we've picked up our additional, because we're at, what are we at? We're at 83, 74 have been picked up and detected. Although there's also some glitches on a number of them that we need to work towards as well. And we'll be working towards that. Yeah. Excuse me. Right now, our two primary goals, goodness gracious, are trying to get our updates ready for, or our current process through. And right now we're on the image generation portion. So, which means leveraging a little bit of DALL-E to kind of get our base images, which we already have done today. So before the stream, I actually went through and got all of our basic images done. So that part's looking pretty neat. Let me show you what we're looking at. And then we've got, as well as you can see, the RPG vendor, words brain. Yeah, or the stable diffusion. I don't know what happened with that phrasing, but the stable diffusion kind of coming up, and when falling behind to try and get those images more sensical effectively. And that one's a pretty gory one at that. I did like how that one came up. I had to struggle with DALL-E a little bit on it, but we finally got that through, so it's cool. As for what we're going to work on immediately, let me take a look at the thing here. Because my big part with the SEO stuff is that I want to have it basically ready for the image part, because it's something that I generally end up doing it after it's gotten through SEO, just because it's that sort of thing. Even though I want it done before, actually I want it done before we get into like article generation, to be honest. It's kind of hard to pull that off sometimes, because the amount of time it takes to get the the thing done. So, all right, let's go ahead and look at what we can do next. I'm thinking we do a little bit more of playing around with DALL-E to try and get some more base images, because we have, although we do have for Death Dealer, get this one, or is it? Pretty much the idea of what we're going to use. There's two primary images. Let me get that on screen for the ideation there. We'll do it this way. Oh, excuse me. Browse. Change this over to view. Where are you at? That's not it. Here you are. Okay. So we're gonna just drop it over here. Ooh, that's gonna be below. No, it's above. Haha, one. Although the angle's wrong. Let me fix that for you. There we go. Sorry, I just didn't like the way that was looking over the corner. All right, so yeah, you can kind of see for the Death Dealer, like I said, we've got our kind of ready for it because I like the having him have his walking away into the fire sort of thing, with all the smoke there, as being the second image, and then this being the primary image. So and that's currently what we're working on getting remastered, as it were, to make it make it kind of look cool. But it's going to take a while because we're doing a full run of like basically a bunch of options. Just trying to see if we can find one that I really dig. So and I think it's going to come out pretty cool when we're done with that. That being said, so that should be both of our ones with the Death Dealer. But for everything else, let me see if I can. There we go. For everything else, we have just the one at the minute. So we've got the Dungeon Lord being kind of this mysterious figure in the back, which is cool, which is what we want. The martial artist, which can ultimately turn into a dragon, as being kind of the kind of there. That may or may not end up being the second one or the first one that's shown. I don't know yet, but I like how that one looked. It was just like, that's neat. And then the Wise Master, he's actually, so the thing is that he's like early, like maybe like early 20s here, and then by here he's 30, fighting against this fella that did this stuff. Like this is the fella here, and this is him like years later on getting his face punched in by the monk who we've been tracking the entire time. So oh, did I finish copying that over? I don't think I actually copied that over. I actually have a different one for the monk original that I want to use, so I redid it and it came up better after a mistake was made, or discovered, I should say. The readability fella by Div. One problem I have with this one is that his face is wrong, like because he's got a super pointy nose, like a freaking. Which we can get that fixed, but let's go ahead. Oops! Oh no! And then 2, not 12, 2. I haven't done that many iterations in this one. All right, let's go ahead and edit that one down a little bit. Crop, preserve aspect ratio, and then the the editor, or the editing process with there we go. Save as oh. 2 should be good enough to fix the issues that are there, like the hands are a little bit mitts and the that nose thing. It should basically be able, that's definitely within its capability of handling. Dang it, I didn't mean to do that. All right, it's back. All right, so browse. But yeah, so I said that should be pretty much well on track for this one. I mean, this one, the bowstring needs some editing, but hopefully the editor should be able to handle it, which I'll get done. I mean, I really hope I can do it over the next day, because basically just means iterating it through and iterating it through some more, that sort of thing. And then if I'll be honest, if we the current route of things carry on, well, I'll have positive cash flow and keep it that way. I'll be able to get specialized tools to help with this project. So I'll be able to do stuff remotely as well. Because right now I'm kind of stuck of only being able to do it when I'm home, and I'm not as home as often as I used to be. All right, so let's go ahead and see about some of that DALL-E stuff. Let's try to think how I want to position this. Yeah, I guess I hide it because I've decided to go with a way simpler sort of dealio. So, all right. I'm just trying to think about how I want to deal with it because let's see. So this one's good. Oops, wrong one. Okay. Honestly, I might just take this one too. I do like it. It just didn't quite catch the get the cut before reply. Yeah, I do like it actually. Let me get my. I wonder if I can do it this way. Show you what I'm looking at there. I'm having issues. Don't mind me. Okay, I'm actually gonna move this down. There we go. Okay. Never mind me messing around with things that I should have already had sorted out. All right. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. It's been one of those sort of days or weeks or lifetimes where I don't even know what is reality, right? We're gonna just stick this in the middle here because it's what we're working on. So, for the moment, observe aspect ratio. Oh shoot. Okay, I know what happened here. Was the because I dragged it in here, right? So it's not renamed properly or anything like that. Now it is. Then I need a crop. which will give me back my same size before. What? It canceled it. Crap. What? The deuce. Let's click off and read again. Try it again. Okay. There we go. Although I don't like that. Not exactly a fan, but it's okay. Yeah, that'll work. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. Also, something I made a mistake on is I want those to be dashes, not underscores. The underscores don't play nicely for some reason. Dashes do. Because it's basically, these end up being the generative slugs of the images themselves, right? So you can see what I'm messing with, but the gist was that I had them as underscores in this one for some reason. I just had a moment earlier today. So yeah, that'll work. Now that you can see what I'm looking at, because I'm silly and not showing you what the thing I'm looking at. Yeah, you can see how that's gonna. It's got some of the applications of it, so I might want to pull up the bottom a little bit though. But I think that's okay. I think it kind of gets the point. All right. Go ahead and switch to what's the next one in my list. Go back over here. All right, so there's the Dungeon Lord Zen Archer build. All right. And let's see, because I know actually I did a few for the Zen Archer, so probably actually there's a good chance we'll find a Zen Archer one that I like better, or not better, but I like it, I like as well. No, no, because that's the one that I chose originally. Which the one problem I have is that the bowstring is not properly angled, but I think I can fix it. The problem I have with this one is that there's this random rope in the way, right? So, Let's take a look at that. See if that does it. Because like part of the scene, like she goes to him and like kneels on, gets on her knees and like, looks at his hands, and his hands are bloody. The point of the scene is like is kindness, like this sort of thing. And he's about to get shot in the face with an arrow at point blank range. That's not how we're that's not what we're looking for. Let me go ahead and reopen that because yeah. I am pretty exacting about how these things, end up looking at this point. I want them to look good before we move into the next phase of like the processes. I want them to look really, look to the point. Let's go back to the Dali one. Cancel. And then go back to the first one. And then, oh, what the crap? Oh, I didn't follow up this train. Yeah, I can work with that. Although there's no need for the guy behind him. I don't really like the drawing of it. Like it breaks the like coloration scheme that we're using and all that. So I like the appearance of it. Like that's the funny part is I like the appearance of it. I don't like how the actual image generation. That's fair. But now they're both elves. Well, maybe I can work with it because the thing is that with the processing there, like the nature of the processing, I should be able to give it kind of a changed filter and use that as a gist. Yeah, I'm gonna try it. I'm not sure if I'm sold on the idea, but I'm gonna try it because it just seems like a cool idea. All right, so copy here, copy here. To original. I can't spell the word original. Don't mind me. That's probably why I put it as a ridge. Originally, get it? Crop. Preserve aspect ratio. Down from the top a little bit. Save as. Oh shoot! Did I? No, I changed it, didn't I? Oh well, we'll find out if I did or didn't. To ridge. Cancel. It's not much of a change, but it is a bit of a change. And see, the thing is that I'll my goal ultimately on that is, like I said before, I'll modify it, hopefully to bring it more in line, image-wise, with kind of the brush strokes that we've kind of gotten to use here, rather than the generative. But I like the brush strokes better. So I'll. It's one of those ones I'm hoping I can get it to do what I want it to do. But I'm also not holding my breath either. I need it. What actually really I need to do is I need to like sit down and set up a set up my own in-house set of stuff, and I definitely can at this point in time kind of choose the ones I like the most and that we've done. Although I really do need to redo like some of the older stuff too, but that's a future problem. So okay. really wish there was more. I really wish I had more screen space. Gosh darn it, on the on the palette here. I don't for a reason. Try and move stuff a little bit around, a little bit more. There, and then there. Close enough. Good enough for government work. Wait, this isn't government work? No. Oh crap. All right. Cool. Let's go ahead and go back to those builds. What's the next one we'll look at? And then let's see. So GPT, hijacked items, GPT stuff's all good. Save, output local, name source slug, propped. Yeah, okay. I need to make sure I get my checklist done, because the thing is that because I'm, flipping through various things, I need to make sure that I have my, my ducks in a row. Even though it's, I'm pretty much gonna have them on track. But all right, so we're currently working on the Death Dealer in that regards, right? Right. I don't know. We'll come back to it. It'll be fine. I'll remember. As I said, all that. It'll be fine. I'll remember where I'm at. All right. And then because we got the Dungeon Lord done. And there's an archer build done, I believe. Which is what we already checked. And then the dragon techniques. Yeah. Let's go ahead and back over there. All right, and then kind of did this one. I did this one wrong actually. Looking at, I mean, I like the image I got, but I did it wrong. As in, I should have done the first part of the scene first, and then done the silver dragon. But the silver dragon part's the most. Yeah, dragon. But the silver dragon part's the most. Oops, I hate when that happens. The silver dragon is the most, was the most iconic portion here. Oh, hey, White there. How's it going? I actually got lucky with that one. Not gonna be a final, but that's definitely a right idea. Okay, and then back over here. And back to the process. Grab my source. One or two original. Two. Org, no, two which. All right, and now we edit it. Nice. Knocked that one out of the park. Okay, and then get my checkbox stuff. Oh, see, that's why I tell that one, because that one, it's one of those like, that's horrible and hilarious at the same time. Sometimes, you know, you just do the thing that makes the story more odd. That's one of my like both best and worst traits is do the thing that makes a story out of the situation. I want to make stories. That's the thing. That's why I consider myself a storyteller. I make stories. Like I make the things happen that are end up being stories. At least I try to. Sometimes I succeed. Let's see. And the Wise Master one. All right, let's see if we got lucky on this one. I don't think we did, though. I don't think I really super developed that one. But then again, it's a matter of perspectives. So let's see. Be lazy this time now and go to. Not that. Darn. It's not gonna be as easy as I want it to be. It does not get the point there at all. Oh, I know what's going on. I didn't properly do the thing I should do here. Now let's see what generates there. Some permutations on this if I have to. Ah, that's no fun. Oh, shoot. Oh, crap. This is going to be the one that absolutely kills me. Let's see. I've managed to not have a well, no, I can't say that. Just thinking about it. Have I had a motor give it out on me? Oh, shoot. Well, that's what you get for driving a Jeep. Oh, that's rude of me. Geez, I mean, glad that you came out at least still breathing. Yeah, there's and stuff like that. There's always that moment where you're like, is this is this war? You know, is this war or is this fight over with? Ouch. Oh, and you yet more so got unscathed. For all the jabber jawing about honestly, for all the all the silliness and saying about well that's what you get for driving a Jeep order. In all serious though, those vehicles are pretty well pretty good for that sort of thing, like surviving that sort of thing. Um, Framework or something. I'm not exactly sure why, but yeah, but well, and I said because the nature of that frame. I mean, it does depend upon what year though. I understand, look at what year Jeep it is, but still. I'll take this one. Oops. I'll take this one. Oops. Apply there. Mighty sneeze. Ah. Why did I put it over there? Maybe over here. No, actually, you know it's better over there. Um, nice. Well, and then yet more so. So you rolled on the side, got a wrecker to fix that, like to get it back on its nice. And then just like wee off I go. Don't worry about it, I'm fine. Brush itself off. With this one wreck that I got in quite some time ago in Chicagoland. Long and short is I was sleep deprived to an insane extent. I wasn't. I mean, young man, etc., doing things. Actually, I didn't do anything untoward either. I think that previous night I just hadn't been sleeping. Like I was just getting stuck in video games or whatever, you know, which is an entire different diatribe. It wasn't the video games that were keeping me awake. It was just that I couldn't sleep. And so anyway, so I was sleep deprived. I wasn't seeing straight. And I was going off to work, which was like a 20-30 minute drive, like a left-hand turn onto a major roadway. And my light turned. Great, awesome. And so I turned, but I'm not really paying attention. Well, I turned into somebody else that shouldn't have been there. Like they should not. They jumped the light, and they jumped the light by a good margin too. Like the light was had been red for like 2 or 3 seconds. There was no reasonable way that they cut the light. They shouldn't have been there, and I shouldn't have been turning though. But Oh, what the freak? Yeah, yeah, that's why you don't do that. They're probably just looking for an easy buck. That's just kind of how things work, you know. I mean, and honestly, I mean, it's one of those ones where one might want to judge or whatever, but it's like, well, they suffered some bit, and they want to have some. You know, hey, there's an easy buck here. Everyone's telling them to go sue the person because why not? I mean, what's worst case scenario? They lose. You know, but they've got some chance to win, and then now it's in the court system, so it can be played with. Not saying it's necessarily the way that things should be, but I can understand their perspective. Ooh, yeah, yeah. I don't do the motorcycling thing just because I haven't gotten around to trying it, right? But more than anything else, it's just I haven't. I don't have a reason. It just hasn't happened. You know, there's all the money, but yeah, that I would see would be the most. Well, I would say that would be honestly the biggest danger in general. But of course, for a cyclist, it's plus plus because everything that's a danger is even more dangerous for a cyclist because there's less metal to protect you. So, um, so yeah, I can definitely see that stale lights thing. It's like because effectively there's assumptions there, and it shows. I was actually weirdly thinking about this sort of thing, not precisely this, but this sort of thing about the nature of control over other people and stuff like that, and how that entire plays out. And you only have the control, or people only have control, or have the control that's given to them. So that includes things like red lights. A red light doesn't stop the car. A red light lets the driver know it's time to stop the car, but it doesn't actually force you to stop. And even if there were barricades that were there to force you to stop, it still doesn't force you to stop. It just prevents you from going all the way through with what your intention was, but it doesn't stop you from running into the barricade. It doesn't actually stop you, if that makes sense, from pursuing the barricade. That makes any sense where that diatribe go, that like random error of thought goes, is all these methods of things are merely suggestions, which means that we cannot assume, if in fairness, we cannot assume logic. Yep, exactly. And we cannot assume logic. Because if we assume logic, well, yeah. Oh, what the? Because yeah, that is how you get run over, or electrocuted, or lit on fire. Well, it reminds me. So there's this one. I don't. It's not really a meme, but it was a clip of something of like a security camera, where there was this place that was it's like a foundry of some sort. I don't know. I don't remember exactly what they were doing, but they were using molten hot metal sort of thing as part of their processes, and it's some malfunction happens, and everything's starting to like light on fire. It's obvious that things are failing hard. And this dude, there's two dudes there who look like they luckily they get out, but this dude goes back to the control console to grab his phone as things are a literal conflagration. Everything is on fire, and it's starting to get worse. Like things are starting to erupt. And he runs back in, like he sprints back in, grabs his phone, and runs out like a freaking. I'm going, you sprint back into the jaws of hell to grab your freaking phone, my dude. I mean, I understand because you got a lot of stuff on there, and you really really don't want to lose it. You should have a backup for a reason, but also, no. Like historically, I would joke that there would be a few things I'd go back into a burning house to go get. One would be tongue in cheek, my computer, because it's my computer, right? But I wouldn't actually freaking do it unless it was totally, absolutely 100%. Like I might, if at the time the computer had carrying cases or carrying handles, so like if it were time to evacuate, I'd probably grab it by one hand and head out the door. But now with the case that I have that doesn't have carrying cases, I grab my laptop, you know, because that could come in handy. I make sure my phone's already, you know, on my person. It's a, you know, get up and it should already be in your space, like in your personal. Of course, I say that after having lost my phone yesterday, but I found it again, obviously. But it's not, well, technically it was Thursday I lost my phone, but and I did this in the most stupid way possible, because partially because I just thought it was going to be an interesting way to verify information. I know it's a random segue, but so I basically on Thursday, where I'm at is super smoky. It's like death smoke. Yeah, it's bad. It's gotten better today, but yesterday or Thursday during the week it was just horrendous. So it just takes out all the energy, takes out all the focus, just mauls the concentration. It's totally right. And so as I was wrapping up for the day, I like went to the smoke pit because I have developed that bad habit again. I'll break it eventually, but it's come back for reasons. To do that, and then went to the restroom, and then left. Well, instead of like, because normally I'll use my you know, for Pandora for music on the musical tracks and all that on my car. I'll just plug it in and I'll have music and whatever. It's cool. But I felt like listening to this particular radio station that has classical music on, and I was like, I'm gonna listen to what they have out there, and that's you know what I'm gonna do at the moment. It's fine. So I don't do the normal thing where I check for my phone or my person, because I was like, yeah, it's fine. You know, I don't need it right now. I'm just gonna drive home because I've driven this path like at this point in time enough times. Actually, honestly, I can pretty much if I drive a place twice or maybe 3 times, you know, 3 or 4 times at most, I pretty much will have the pathing fairly solidly. It's I mean, it's one of those ones. I don't want to be arrogant enough to say, well, if I drive it once, I can do it, because it's not precisely true, but it's true enough, you know. Anyway, and so I'm like, it's fine, you know, I'll just drive home and I'm listening to the radio. It's fine. I get home and I'm like, so where's my phone? Because like, you know, one of the first things, get home, take everything out of my pocket, put them where they need to go, and all that. And mostly on my desk, right? And I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. And I'm like, where's my phone? Ah, crap, I think I left it at work somewhere, or it fell out of my pockets. Because I kept on yesterday or Thursday, I kept on having problems where it kept on falling, like stuff kept on falling into my pockets, so I wasn't sticking them all the way in the pockets. You know, it was one of those sort of that pair of pants just has issues with the pocket depth. So and so I'm like, it's fine, when I get in, I'll figure it out. So I retraced my steps. It's gone. It's in no place. Shit. Okay. And I'm like, I should probably go find out if there's a lost and found, because there probably is. I mean, it's a, you know, fairly large facility. They definitely have a lost and found. So it means I should probably go to security and go ask. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know about that. I don't feel like going all the way, because security is like a 10-minute walk away, 5-10-minute walk away from where my desk space is at. And I'm like, I don't really want to. So instead, so this is the length of my laziness, right? Instead, for lunchtime, for basically a planned lunch hour, because I'm about 20 minutes away from the facility, there and back, 10, you know, somewhere between 15 and 20 minutes, depending on how fast I drive, right? And so I get to the car, I drive home, because I don't know my related passwords, because there's too many of them, and they're all super complicated passwords. I have my door key, but I don't have the full, because they're all random. You know, they're all that sort of thing. And so the specific password for the Find My Phone thing, I don't know offhand. And I have it saved in 2 places, you know, in secure file locations, all that stuff. But those 2 places aren't on my person. So and I'm not writing them down, because writing passwords down is how you lose those passwords, right? And when I change them regularly too, so it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, no, I have no chance to remember this crap. And so, but I know how I can get it. So I go home, log into the system, and then I'm like, okay, cool. and it says the last known location was 3 hours before I did this, at roughly the location of where security is at in the building. And so I hop back in my car and drive like 2 or 3 minutes down the road and realize that I left my freaking badge at home because I had to change my shirt because I had accidentally gotten peanut butter jelly on my shirt because I was eating on my way, to get the lunch to get home in time to do this thing. So I turned back, go grab my badge, head back out. I actually got back in just on time for the hour marker. Just barely, but close enough. And then I proceed to go to security and go, so yeah, there's this phone. Do you have the phone? According to what I saw, blah 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 blah. And like, yes, and like it's this type of phone. And I'm like, okay, cool. I signed the phone. I had to sign the little thing. So found my phone, which was that was neat. Could have been worse. Could have been better. But little adventures. Everything's a little adventure. And of course, I see. Oh, speaking of Jeeps, though, as I was on my way home during this, there's a Jeep that has like the bumper sticker, "Adventure is everywhere." I'm like, I hate you. Because it's actually one of my modus operandi. My roommate is absolutely obsessed about getting a Jeep. I understand why, but I also understand why not. Makes sense. All right, so yeah, it looks pretty cool. Right, so processes. Still waiting for that, because like the thing is that even though I'm certain there's at least one in the group, because this is a full you can't see it over the side there, but this is a full XYZ plot for 5 values of steps, 5 values of CFG scale, and 5 values of denoising. I've also started to correct myself on that. It's not deionizing. I wish it were deionizing. They should call it deionizing, but it's denoising. So, because I just want to see how how that one works. Let's see. So what can I work on in the interim while that's doing its process? Because I'm basically stuck with the images waiting on those. Well, there are certainly. I mean, ions are everywhere. It's like the Force. It surrounds us and binds us, like unironically. They're ions. They're different charges. But it's flowing. Yes, there are absolutely 100% assuredly ions in the process. And there are some elements of the ions that are ioned and deioned. That's not how that works. That's not the phrasing how that works. But some become ions and some become not ions. Deionization. See? Because you got the thing. Some become normal charge because they pass their charge on. And some became negative charge because they got an extra ion. Well, extra electron. Becoming ions. And some became positively charged because they lost an electron. I know some physics. No master of physics, but I have some understanding of physics. I've had fun with it was less physics and chemistry type stuff, but I mean it's physics engines, right? Playing around with physics engines and stuff like that. My poor watch is broken still. What times? So why did it do that? Works. Why you gotta go and bring up freaking quantum physics here? Because my nose is already starting to bleed even on the mention of it. And spins and such like that. And upspin and downspin and quasi-spin and superpositions. And the dang cat is both alive and dead at the same time. Because we don't know if it's alive or dead. Therefore, it is both. And it is neither. I still laugh at the fact that Schrodinger, Schrodinger scandal. I still laugh at the fact that Schrodinger there did that specifically to critique as a critique of quantum physics, of superpositions. It's a critique. It's like, do you understand how ridiculous this idea sounds? And everyone's like, mm-hmm. Quantum physics for you. And he just like throws his hands up in the air and walks away. In my mind, I don't know if that's actually what happened. I know that that again, specifically, the cat thought experiment was specifically to call out how ridiculous the idea was. Just asinine. He's like, this is dumb. This is dumb. This is not how this works. Yeah. But it's also like, yeah, but cool story, bro. But can you come up with a better idea about how these things work? Because this is apparently, especially after the double flip. Oh no, a wild ghost appeared. He's not here. But yeah, no, I figured that he wasn't watching, but he was kind of anyway. So yeah, that crazy guy. Freaking cat. Reminds me of a news story that I heard, and it's a little, I don't want to call it racy, but it's a little like concerning. So in some cultures, you know, things that American culture, as it were, would consider house pets, you know, cats and dogs and that sort of thing, are food. And apparently there's some stories about folks that are from like Somali that have done the entire immigration thing and are like not abducting, but they're like finding what they think are strays, but are actually like house pets that escaped or whatever, and literally butchering them. And I'm up two sides of the story, because on one hand, you know, it's someone's dog or cat, right? It's like, that's not okay. But on the other hand, and it's reckless for the people to you know, on both sides, let the dog out, or to find what they think is a stray and ignore the fact that it has tags, because they, you know, in this context, they assuredly have tags, and proceeding to butcher them. Now, I'm not going to go as far as saying that the folks that were doing the butchering were inhumane or whatever, because food is food, and I get that. But on the other hand, in this environment, there's a certain expectation. You should double check before you do that sort of thing. Now, personally speaking, you know, again, from the perspective I'm coming from, I'm not going to look at a dog or a cat immediately as meat, because they're flashes back to RimWorld. Well, okay, you know what? You get hungry enough, but still, you get what I'm saying. Yeah, literally just like, well, there was that one time where I was like, ooh, cat meat. I'm gonna buy all the cat meat I can and get all the, well, actually, I don't know if you can get the toxoplasmosis from eating cat. I know it's I just went like all the way down. See, this is what happens when you bring up quantum physics in my presence. I just get spider webs of thought. That was a random series of, anyway. Yeah, that was weird. Well, I guess while I'm waiting this, because this is going to probably take several hours for me to get the output there, and I don't want to, like I said before, I don't want to crack it open before I actually looked at them. I can do these. All right, let's do them in mass. Probably do the coding-y stuff, but the problem is like doing the coding stuff requires a certain mindset, and I currently do not possess that mindset. Move this over here. I'm in an artsy mood. Let's see. Commercial artist, which in this case means working on SEO. I don't know. It's more artsy than Cody is, though. But coding is like still artsy in a way. So, Oh, of course it's going to do it the way I want it to. Hey, we've been at it for an hour, apparently. Huzzah. Alright. Page not found? What do you mean page not found? Crud. Oh, I know why page not found. Because somebody was experimenting with something and then didn't revert it back to the condition it's supposed to be at. All right, so routes and Death Dealer. It's not V1 anymore. It's just Death Dealer. But as I said, I was experimenting with something, so. I thought I saw that pop up a while ago when I said it. Oh, I must be crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. Locked me in a room. Room with rats. Rats? Rats make me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. Room with rats. Now, of course, that's a bit of a butchering of the freaking meme there, but I don't really care. Oh, I forgot to do something else too. All right, anyway, I got distracted by something. Where are we at? Be first. Okay. So I need to move my checklist so I can see it. Oh, brain. This is the, well, I'm going to start with the Death Dealer. All right.
Oh,
Hey, there you are. Hey, how's it
I
going?
live.
You live? Are you sure about that?
No. To be completely honest, no, I'm not.
So what's new? If anything.
I mean, not really.
Okay, fair, fair.
Uh, End up sleeping like 2 hours.
Only, what the heck, man? Pray tell?
Hey, just just still switching from night to day.
I'm. I mean, well, like you said, it's been a long habit to have the night, so
Yeah.
that makes some sense. I mean, it makes some sense. Although I'm gonna have this upcoming schedule change that I'm gonna have is gonna be interesting because it's gonna be going from like general standard day hour type thing to I would call it swing shift or like a mid shift.
Mm-hmm.
They term it as being quote night shift, but it's not. It's 2 in the afternoon, 1400 to, or sorry, 2 1. I'm gonna have to make sure I get my brain straight on this one. 1300, yeah, it's 1300. 1300 to 1 in the morning. It's a 12-hour shift. But I'm not going to call that night shift because it's still mostly in the afternoon. Into the evening, sure, until into the late evening, early morning, because 1300 or the 01, right? But that's early, like that's not even morning. That's just it's morning by technicality.
Yeah, it's morning by technicality, but it's still the middle of the night.
Yeah, and so it ends at the middle of the night, but it's not, at least in my opinion, and I think that's what counts because we're talking about my schedule, right? It's not night shift. Yes,
No.
it is enough for a pay differential, yeah. Which I'm still in negotiations with, but there's discussions of that. If I were not merely a contractor, it wouldn't even be a discussion. It'd be like, yeah, you get a pay differential. So it's got the benefits there, but again, the schedule shift, I mean, other than being 12 hours, like that's the real pardon me, but that's the bitch of it. That's the challenge of it, is that 12 hours means that, it's 3 days of 12 hours, which means that there are 12 hours on, 12 hours off, 12 hours on, and possibly 4 days. It goes between 3 and 4 days, swinging between the two. But which in turn means that, for a reasonable person, minus 8 hours for sleep. For me, 4 to 6 hours. And then day one is sleep, and then the rest of the days are mine, right? But the point is that it doesn't really shift me into a night more. It doesn't shift me into more of a night schedule than I already am, like personally. So I'm not. Oh well, it's night shift. No, it's not. Night shift means that I get home at like the actual morning, not in the wee hours of the morning. Like there's a difference, 5 a.m. getting home is night shift. 4 a.m. arguably is night shift. 1 a.m. is not night shift. At least in my opinion. Again, we're talking about my schedule here, so I'm pretty certain I'm the authority on this for my schedule. Do you count it as night shift? Well, I mean, technically speaking, it's a night shift schedule, but no, I don't count it as a night shift. Because again, there's plenty of time during the day to do stuff without compromising too much of sleep. Because even if it's a get home crash for, X number of hours, say 6 hours, which then puts me at 7 in the morning. Well, okay, fine. 8 in the morning because, give an hour for wind down time. Maybe 2 hours, so 9 or 10. It's still up in the morning time. The schedule still ends up being binaural, just with a little bit of a shift, and it's no different than what I normally do. It just gives me more time to sleep, basically, than what I normally have. That's actually the actual consequence of that is I get more time to sleep because my circadian rhythms are set in such a manner where it prefers that middle. Anyway, I'd rather get up at 9 or 10 in the morning and then be awake until 2, 3 in the morning than have it shifted to register back. True night shift though does suck. True night shift is not. I've done it before and don't like it. But swing shift is actually kind of where my biological predisposition trends towards. My tongue gets for not allowing me to speak. It gets bit.
This is fair. Thank you.
You got in my way of talking. You get bit for that. What? It's your own tongue. Yes, and let's see. So I probably should get the SEO stuff done here, and then that should take me no more than like an hour-ish. And then I say Old Republic. I say a brief break and then Old Republic, but still. So it might not even take me an hour to get through this. I just need to get through it.
Well,
Hmm?
I'm jumping in, but that's the thing. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to be here because I have people poking at me.
Oh, fine. I thought you were gonna. I just was like, all right. So odds of him wanting to play the Old Republic is pretty high. So we'll play. The, I
I
was
mean,
like,
I do, but I don't. Like again, that's the thing. I don't know. I don't
yeah.
know my own schedule for today.
Oh, that's fair. It happens. That does happen. Well, and like I said, I'm committed to getting the this done, and then the processing for the image stuff done for the Death Dealer today. I want to get some other stuff done, but my primary focus is getting the SEO done because I don't think, from what my discussion with Soren came out to, I don't think that he's going to be able to do it just yet. He's still kind of fighting things, like I said during the meeting yesterday. So,
Yeah,
um,
understandable.
so yeah, let's see. What am I trying to do here? Oh yes, thus okay. Um, gosh darn it! All right, so I need to add here. Excuse me. You know, the image doesn't exist yet. Not imager. Is it pronounced imager or imager?
Yes.
Yes. Um, let's see. Be death dealer. Death deer. Death deer. Um, let's see. Okay. Well, that got me my green check, I think. No, it's still orange. Why is it orange? No outbound links appear on the page, but that's an outbound link, isn't it? It's totally an outbound link. Excuse me. And then no internal links appear. Well, that's why we have a tool called. Um, oh, okay. Let's see. So we have this tool. Knights and tactical. Wait. Hmm. Wow, this is way more thinking than I thought it was going to be.
No.
Well, also, I enjoy having the internal link always being specifically to the first post that was posted. So if it says Stellar Dragons on the page, one of the links that's there almost certainly will be to the Song of Creation for for the Rayak. If I
Nice.
can get that in there, I will, because it's just like, yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, you know what, this belongs here. It belongs here. Role playing fact. Put an image link in there. I really need to figure out how to make it so that it automatically puts the images in there. Like not puts the images in there, but where it'll But why is it still only orange? Deuce. There is an internal link right there. I put an internal link right here, right here. This should be an internal link. What's going on here? What crap? Refresh. I'm having technical issues on this. This is why I want somebody else to work on this process. I got too many freaking parts that I'm working on.
It is what it is.
But I don't want it to be. What the crap over? Hmm. Oh no. Well,
What did you do?
I'm not sure. That's the problem. It's supposed to have added an internal link, but it did not. And that is vexing. Why would it not? Ghost, why does it not add an internal link?
I don't know.
It's actually really confusing. If I refresh it again, let's see if it'll do the thing I want it to do. If I keep on refreshing it, it'll eventually do it, right? Right? That's how this works.
I don't know.
No, that's not how this works at all. But it supposedly added it. Right. That's annoying. All right, let's go ahead and
You should say rage.
possibly. I actually said great, but rage is about the equivalency of what I was saying.
That is fair. That is fair. Rage, my favorite 3.5 build.
Oh, jeez. Is it your? I mean, I still
It's
want
not Vixana. It's not Vixana. Vixana is like her favorite build. You know what? Actually, I don't know. She's in the top 5. That's for sure. I think my paladin is actually my third favorite. My second favorite would be um, my illusionist.
that. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised in the least bit.
That illusionist build is kind of crazy. Not going to lie. And even if you remove like the gestalt part, right? Like even if you remove the gestalt part, it still remains an absolute incredibly powerful build because 140% real illusions, more real than reality itself, hyper reality and all that.
Reality. Mega reality. It is real beyond the real.
Yeah. I think my fourth favorite would be the drow character, which I have not built yet. But I will send the build like when I get to that specific class, because I haven't done the Warblade yet, right?
I do not believe so. No.
Okay. It's going to be in there because that build is crazy. I mean, it's going to be the toned down version again because my group likes to play with Gestalt, right? So because we never have enough stuff to do exactly what we want, and so my DM's like, well, just build a Gestalt and pick whatever you need, and I'm like, alright.
I guess we're doing this then.
I guess I'm building a Gestalt character. Alright, start building a Gestalt character. Then that thing shows up, and okay, to put you into context, this is the fastest character in 3.5, period. And I don't mean necessarily in terms of like movement speed. I'm talking speed as a concept within correspondence. I'm talking like the movement of information between point A to point B. Is that character is the fastest. Because, okay, it's a Warblade, Eternal Blade, who has all the Iron Mind, most of the Iron, it's Iron Mind and it's Diamond Mind and Iron Heart maneuvers that she's specialized in. And the Gestalt part is Wizard into Swift Blade. And she's level 30, I believe. It was for an epic game. And she also has, of course, Yaijutsu Master, because, of course.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite prestige classes in all of 3.5, so of course she's going to have it, right? And yeah, she's a Swift Blade who gets into, I don't remember the other prestige class for the wizard side, but essentially she can, I cast haste as a non-action, Not even as a free action, just I cast haste as an action. I just activate haste. Because I can. Also, because I'm a Swift Blade, my haste counts as a time stop. But without like without the you cannot harm someone else during the time stop. Like without that clause. However, the time stop lasts only for 1 round, no matter what. So I can essentially, whenever she casts haste, she can say, I stop time for 1 round and I can do whatever I want during that 1 round. So she can do that. Then Yaijutsu focus, because Yaijutsu. Then island outside of time, which allows her to play again within a round. And then another, like it's a maneuver, because island outside of time is an ability from the Eternal Blade. And then she can, during each of those sides, she can essentially use another maneuver, which lets her do another attack again, another full run attack specifically. And then her belt is a belt of battle, so she can do an additional attack. And then she can do all that again because of essentially she ends up being able to throw like something like 50 attacks within 6 seconds. All with Yaijutsu, because it's technically all within the same round, before initiative has been rolled.
So basically the combat ends and time stops, and then somebody's just crumples in into a red mist.
Yeah, it's even like it's so fast that it's beyond the, like, you know, the meme, the like nothing personal kid. It's just doesn't even need to say it. It's just.
I mean, you don't need to say it when you do it. That's the point out just how badass you are.
Soren is in stab voice.
He is. Well, but I'm here. We're here. We're what? Well, but there you. Wait. Oh. What is he? I'm confused. Oh, I know what he's doing. Okay. I get what he's up to. Let's see. Copy link. Actually, I'm gonna do a direct message to him. Sorry, just taunting him a little bit, because he basically was trying to get the link that I told him to go look at, which is the statues.
That's fair.
Which
this is fair.
It's fair. It's honestly, it's the GUI is weird, and especially if you're on a phone, you know, you're on mobile, like it's almost certainly going to do that to you. It's almost certainly going to do it to you, because
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. But yeah, cycle all that back. My favorite build is my Red Riding Hood.
Yes. And what was the particular reason why? Just give you the excuse to explain.
Very high. Okay. You know how the whole jump super high, kill everything in single attack, jump to the next target. That's essentially that, but in 3.5. Because so essentially it uses a combination of being able to be considered as a charge whenever you jump on someone, and then it's a barbarian who has pounce, so it gets to do the full attack action on it, and of course it abuses like combination of power attack plus shock trooper, combat brute, and leap attack. to do some just instead of dropping my attack to do my power attack, I drop my AC instead. But I don't care because I'm a barbarian, so I just come and hit me, I guess. Like if you really think this is for your own good, I mean, you're more than welcome to try. But it's not going to end. It's not going to end well for you. So you drop your AC instead, so you still have like your full attack. So that allows you some fun stuff to do that, and then you end up doing like 4, 8, 12 times the damage that you should do. Plus you use a valorous halberd of leaping, which again like quintuple your damage on top of that. Essentially, you end up with crazy damage. As long as you jump while you charge and pounce between enemies, but that's fine because you can to be considered a charge to be able to pounce. It must be at least 10 feet of movement, and nothing stops you from just jumping up in the air well above 10 feet. It just drop on your opponent, so it's fine. Like nothing does stop you to just go like yee.
Unless there's a caveat to this.
Mm-hmm.
You're inside.
Yes, but that's why that's the thing. That's why that in this case, that's why you have up the walls, which lets you essentially just walk up the walls and just drop on people
and up onto the ceiling rather than just straight jump. Like in Neverwinter, you know, the MMO that you got me hooked on, and then abandoned me in it because we're still gonna play Ravenloft eventually.
Yes, we are.
There are level requirements to play in Ravenloft, like item level requirements. So
what you're telling me is I have to kick my own arse, finish the storyline for my rouge, and then start leveling my items. Very well. Very well.
But of course, our current focus is certainly on Sortor.
So, I don't mind either, honestly.
Well, yeah, but you've got that goal that's in front of you, and I do not want to get in the way of that goal.
I mean, I can't just power rush it this week. Yeah, not with the Jedi Knight that we've been doing together. Like I have another Jedi Knight that's all because I've not deleted the other Jedi Knight that's already of Titan, right? So I could just like use her, power rush to the storyline, get my legendary, and then we can continue doing the actual Jedi Knight storyline.
Yeah, it works for me. I mean, whichever. Honestly, I'm gonna say it outright. Whichever you prefer. And then with that shift in my schedule that's coming up, it'll basically, weirdly enough, it'll give me a lot more time to use however I please.
Fun.
Because, well, I mean, you think about it, it compresses the elements down, right? But the same regards is that if my objective is 6 hours of sleep in the given 24-hour period, and the 24-hour period is split into 12 and 12, that means I've got 6 hours to play with as I will, minus about an hour and a half for prep time in the morning, you know, in that period of time. But I want to get up earlier than that anyway by a fair margin, which then gives some more flexibility in the daytime. The only thing it takes away from is basically the conventional access to some days afternoons, which, okay, it doesn't take all of the days afternoons. In fact, actually it gives, you know, between 3 and 4 days afternoons back. So, yeah.
Indeed.
Which is kind of funny.
I guess we'll have to see.
Well, it's kind of funny to me on a random aside, but one of Div's most massive complaints about working like true nights is that it robs time to be able to be with people generic, but he works 4/10s, which means it's just you have a different day, a specific day that you're available to go hang with friends, which is normal. Because that's how that generally works.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Oh, no, yeah, that's...
Hell, when I was working nights, I was going the Amazon Web Center, right? Web service, the data center. Like I freaking what I did was I was actually meeting up with a buddy at a gym before work and hanging out with it and doing swimming for that spans, and then going to work. Because you make time for people, not the other way around.
Yeah, exactly. That's.
I'm just saying. I am just saying. It doesn't make sense to me.
No, me neither.
But then again, perhaps, and this is why both of us end up in this weird category there, where it's like, yeah, but you two crazy people, you and I, devalue sleep significantly. Probably more so than we should.
It's not that I devalue sleep; it's that I value everything else above it.
Well,
and I don't mean everything. I mean everything else that has been occupying me these days more than sleep.
Oh yeah. Well, and then when I say devaluing, I don't mean like to say that it is seen as worthless, but that it has less value. Because value is a subjective position in regards to other elements. It is devalued, and that's implicitly, and that's my bad for leaving it the implicit, but implicitly in scope of other valuations, because value unto itself has no value. It's purely arbitrary. It means nothing.
That's fair.
So that is again, it's categorically my contentious point, my error for not being more specific. You
This is fair.
No, it's just being silly. Let's see. Control link. Oh no, not control link. It's not control L. It's control K in this context because it's using that other stupid thingy. All right, click here.
Right. So to finish my idea about the Red Riding Hood, right?
Yeah.
So my specific version of the Red Riding Hood is also a werewolf. It has a few levels of Paladin of Freedom, so it's a chaotic good werewolf. Because Red Riding Hood, wolf, motif. Just saying, it's cool, it fits together, everything works. And then gets 4 levels into Frenzied Berserker, so when she rages, she becomes literally immortal. And then take it's her last 10 levels of, well, up until level 20, right? She uses levels in the Runescar Berserker, which in turn lets her cast, without actually casting a spell, like essentially she has clarifications and the tools that she can use to cast Anti-Magic Field, which coincidentally blocks everything, and I do mean everything that could kill a frenzied berserker. Because the only things that can kill a frenzied berserker while it is frenzying are instant death abilities and disintegration abilities. And this thing essentially stops all of those. So you get to deal stupid ass damage, stay super mobile, and then get immune to the pesky mages that could possibly stop you. Oh yeah, also it stops them from casting Dominate Person and then turning you against the rest of your party while you're immortal.
Whoops.
And now, yeah. Now, to be fair, this is a combo that essentially like it pays off the whole time, but like that final payoff is very, very light. It's like level 19, level 20 that you can have that payoff. But it's a really, really good payoff. Like when you fight like the final boss of the campaign, boy, is it such a good payoff. So yeah. I should actually like go find that specific build and just throw it your way so that you can publish it. It is well, that's the thing, I still have the sorcerers to finish. I have the Monster Kingdom builds to finish. Which are the Kingdom Monster builds, Okay, I've separated those in 4 categories. And it's still like 10 plus build per categories.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ask may have been a little bit wider than anticipated. Well, that's not entirely true. We kind of knew that it was.
I mean,
We kind of knew it was a wide ask. So
it is a fairly very large group, but again, it was on purpose, right? So
yeah. Oh yeah, no. And like I said before, it was one of those ones where it's like, in our discussions about it, we knew it was a wide ask. I've got to really enunciate that phrase. Wide ask. For obvious reason.
speaking of, remember the one that you, it's specifically that caught your attention, Yarshag, the Stampede.
Oh yes, of course.
I ended up finishing that build, and that build took me forever to do. At least like to compile. And so, let me just real quick, like do a little bit spoiler, I guess, for the people watching. That's Nefantir, that's Captain Hippopotamus. This is Yarshag the Stampede, okay. So specifically what Yarshag is, he's a feral black-scale lizard folk half-dragon. So already that's a mouthful. His classes, like his first side of the classes, because each of those builds are Gestalt. So first side of the Gestalt is Urban Druid 6, Beastmaster 9 total, Beast Hurt had a 10, Waker of the Beast 5. And its other side of the Gestalt has its 4 hit die of Black Scale Lizard Folk. Barbarian 5, Battle Sorcerer 1, Dragon Disciple 10, Frenzied Berserker 10. So, essentially, it's a huge size Lizard Folk half dragon with wings and with the carapace of the Tarrasque. Because also he uses an adamantine colossal +5 vorpal greatsword. Yes, he uses a colossal sized sword. The sword is larger than a temple. Well, longer than a temple. Because he can, I guess. This is honestly, this is such that like that player in particular. This is such a his kind of thing to do too. And so he has a bunch of like animal companions. Well, companions in general, because of his Beastmaster, Urban Druid, Beast Hurt Adept, right? He also has a familiar, but I completely forgot to ask him what the familiar is, but honestly, it really doesn't matter. He has an animated table that follows him around.
Okay.
Yes, because Urban Druid. Don't worry about it. Urban Druids, like in the companions that a Urban Druid can have, they can have an animated object. So he has like a small table that follows him around. He has a dire lion, a dire wolf, a flesh raker, which is like a venomous super raptor, essentially. And he has an owlbear, an othug, and a grey render as part of his pack. And once a month, he can try to awaken the Tarrasque. He can't control her, but he can awaken her.
This feels like a terrible idea.
It is a terrible. That entire character is a very, very. And again, you have to understand, like whenever he goes around, right? He carries a colossal size greatsword, plus has retinue of monster following him, and he's a huge size. That means storm giant size lizard folk with wings and the carapace of a Tarrasque that goes around. So yeah, that's why he has the title the Stampede. I I I think this should be self-explanatory at this point.
Just shaking my head.
Yeah, he also has like Supreme Cleave plus Great Cleave. So essentially, like whenever he kills something, he can take a 5 foot step to continue his cleave. And I think like he can move something like 150 feet per round. So he can kill a lot of people in 6 seconds. So yeah, that's that's one. Now the next few ones are going to be Fuck Dragon Scale, Zephyr Drake, so the other two dragony characters. Then there's going to be Lord Flapper. Don't worry about Lord Flapper.
Don't worry about
Or what? He's a Tanoi werewolrus vampire. And he staked himself with his tusks at least once.
Yeah, like you told me about. Yeah. I remember you mentioning that.
Yeah. It's super silly, but it's a fun character. There's Wailil Ku, which to be fair is a badass character. Like I really enjoy his character. Then there's which is Kuotoa. Kuotoa are weird.
They are, and there's an entire section in the Undermountain of Neverwinter that involves them.
I'm not surprised. Then there's Teo. I am shaking my head in disapproval about Teo. Not going to lie. I'm just going to read you the race of Teo. I'm not even going to read you the rest of the build.
Okay.
He's an incubus.
Okay.
Yeah. Enough said.
Yeah, enough said.
Yeah. And then the final Outer Lord is Clara, which is an epic level Vow of Poverty monk paladin. Apostle of Peace, Ashbound Rider, which is essentially Dune. aka I ride a dragon worm in the desert. Because I can, and you can't stop me.
Chill from orbit.
Yeah. Oh. Proofing.
Yes.
Give me a second.
Take your time. Unfortunately, the 5-back, I made a freaking stupid error.
Oh.
Which is okay. Oh, well, it's only stupid because I've done it before. So it's still manual for the prompts. And when I copied and pasted last night, I did silly thing. I did not properly push the button to change what we were talking about in the prompt.
Mm-hmm.
And so in doing that, basically it basically had two sections that were talking about the marshal, not the monk.
That explains.
Yeah. So the thing does what you tell it to do, and in this case, I told it to do the wrong thing, so it did the wrong thing. Because the thing about doing the entire AI stuff, the generative processes, right? These models it's programming just a little bit higher level, more natural language, but it's still programming.
You know, I'm reading the first one,
Yeah.
the dealer, and now that I'm looking at the dealer, I'm realizing that like because this is like core only build, right?
Yeah.
But if you were allowed a single thing outside of core, I wouldn't even honestly I wouldn't change anything on the build itself. I will only allow the build to own a belt of magnificence. Honestly, that build like that's the only thing it needs. It doesn't need anything else outside of core. Because a belt of magnificence is because that's the one problem with that build. Because it needs because again the monk in general requires good stats in pretty much everything. And while that build doubles down a little bit on that because like you need some skills because of Shadow Dancer, of Blackguard, right?
Yeah.
And well, Blackguard focuses on charisma, which is usually like the one stat that you can sort of be forgiven to not use as a monk. Because like the monk can make use of charisma, right? It can because it still has access to diplomacy, those kinds of things. But because that build in particular gets into Blackguard, it gets access to many things that essentially is built of charisma, like its unholy aura, its my good ability. So, like it because it caps off of charisma, you can't really avoid using it really. So having access to a belt of magnificence, which boosts all 6 abilities by +2, +4, +6, in this specific case, that build could get crazy really, really, really fast because it's fairly resilient. Like all things considered, like despite a relatively quote unquote low AC, bracers of armor, amulet of I mean a ring of protection and a bracers of armor and you're good to go. Your AC is now on par with a usual fighter. Done. So that's not even plus you can use like your high dex on top of that. So again, your AC is going to be on par slash plus that of a regular fighter. You have excellent combat like at that, BAB. Your BAB is at +17 at level 20. So you have all 4 attacks, which is one more than a regular monk. You use Kamas, so you can mix and match the damage type. So that's not a problem. You can deal increased damage via Smite Good and Sneak Attack, which this build, the fact that this build has access to, again, it's plus 3d6 Sneak Attack. It's not a, it piles on fast. And yes, okay, can't, you can't hit undeads, constructs, elementals. Okay, you have like 20 million other things to hit them with. Don't care. Undeads, control undead. You're a freaking blackguard. I'm just saying. So again, like all that, and then you add the fact that this build has access to a shadow companion, which core only, even if it's a fairly low CR creature, the fact that it's incorporeal means that can't really do anything against it if you don't have a specific countermeasure against it, like a ghost touch weapon or a magical weapon. And even most magical weapons are still going to hit only 50% of the time. Most spells won't be able to hit it unless it's force damage. So, sure, magic missile, but there's so much that a magic missile can do, especially against a shadow who is going to have half your hit points, which is going to be fairly high. Plus, the shadow being incorporeal can just go during his turn, like gets out, pokes someone with spring attack, and goes back into the wall, and so it can just pop, 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 and then kills. The shadow now has a shadow spawn that you now control. So now you end up with an army of shadows.
Yeah, that's kind of terrifying. That actually reminds me in that one area in oh shoot, what's the name of that one? Pathfinder game that we were
Mm-hmm.
that we were playing. Single player, the shoot, which one were we playing? Wrath of the
Right.
Wrath of the
Right.
Righteous.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Yep.
that one area that has like 10 billion freaking shadows.
Oh yeah, like in the town that we. Yeah, like
Yeah.
there's like 5 or 6 shadows, which is a lot.
Yeah, it's freaking. It's like, and you're. They died from being de-leveled. Son of a, or beat de-strength rather. They killed my
Yeah.
Ember once because of that. Because she was caught out in the wrong
Ooh.
spot. I was not happy about this.
No, Amber needs to be protected.
Yeah, like because I mean she doesn't have very
Amber,
much strength, and or is it Khan, whichever one it was, the one that they drained. It was not
yes, well,
happy.
strength.
Yeah,
Strength.
it was not. It was not happy. It was not. I was not happy. It was like, crap. No, she's surrounded. And they're just like poke, 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 and she's going. Nothing I could do because I was not at the spot. Basically, I was not properly geared at the time either.
Mhm.
Like I was working towards it, but I wasn't in the space where I was properly geared for dealing with shadows, nor the proper
Yeah.
level. So with these powers combined, my party got destroyed. Now I'll contrast this with us being in the Shadowfell when we were playing Neverwinter, where there are shadows there, and it's just like, oh,
Yes.
there's that moment like, oh no, not the shadows. This is bad. This is gonna be this. Tink dies. Them tickle, tickle, tickle. Barely takes damage. Like, oh, okay. I'm still laughing, by the way, in the clock tower. Just completely segue, I know, but where we encountered the gelatinous cube and we're like level 4.
Yes.
It's just the two of us. It's like, okay, this is gonna be
And then we just, yeah.
a.
Oops.
Oops. Okay. Like
I think if I recall correctly, both of us activated our ultimate at this point because we're like, oh shit,
oh shit.
oh
Yeah.
shit.
It's like this is not. This is gonna be a big. It just dies. It's like,
Oh,
well, okay then.
I suppose.
That's how this game is. Okay, because like rampaging through the kobolds makes sense. Rampaging through the cultists makes sense. Not a big like whatever. Even through the undead hordes, the zombies. Yeah, because that's before this point, right? Yeah, because no, sorry, this is the area. That's the area. That's the next area, isn't it? With the huge horde of zombies in the swamp.
Right.
Yeah, because that area is the clock tower is before. Because that's just cultists, the draconic cultists. There's some zombies though. There's definitely some zombies, and there's the zombie in the graveyard. But there, so rampaging. Yeah, so my statement's still true. Hordes of zombies, kobolds, cultists, gnolls, like that's fine. But gelatinous cube? Oh no! It's gonna be a tough fight. Really?
I guess not. I suppose. Yeah.
I honestly, one thing that I'm kind of not a fan of in Neverwinter, at least by what I've seen so far, and I think I'm wrong because there's some mention of like master level versions of dungeons and stuff like that, but I don't know how to access it. So I don't know if it's like a specific thing or mechanic. Because like one of my another game Cryptic does that I really like, Star Trek Online. They had where you can basically in your settings you can change everything's instanced, so that's probably part of it. Other than like hubs, so you're if you're in your spaceship fighting stuff, you're in a localized map
Right.
of whatever you're dealing with, or if you're on the ground fighting stuff, again, localized map, which using the bat less. I know we played a bit of it when we were messing around with the PvP at one point for the direct engagement, like the on the ground stuff. Because I know we did at one point. I know we did. It was ages ago, but unless I'm crazy, but I think we did. Correct me if I'm wrong.
About which game?
STO, Star Trek Online.
You were showing it to me, but I was not playing it.
I thought we did like PvP silliness on it. Now I'm thinking about it because I remember using the batleth and like fighting and laughing about it. Could have been somebody else though, but I thought it was you.
No, because I literally don't know anything about Star
No,
Trek.
maybe not out then. No. Dude. Well, I mean, because again, it's that particular memory is from quite some time ago. That I was messing with it. So heck, it might have been Damien for all I recall. Yeah, you know what? I'm thinking about some more. It might have been him because like he and I for one of the Christmas events like went ham on the game because you got like skates and you were like Q was hosting an event and you were like, yeah. I'm still a little taken aback that you don't know much about Star Wars or Star Trek. That doesn't make sense to me. You of all
Look, I
people.
I know, and like I don't know what to tell you beyond the fact that look, it is what it is.
And
Just
it's
like I
that's fair. It's fair. I get it. I'm just still taking a little bit aback. It's one of those like, oh, look at you of all people. Like,
I know.
just like it. How did that? Yeah, see, it literally breaks my headspace because it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. Anyway, so something. All right, so I got the SEO done, like you can tell. Obviously, I'm gonna let Div do the follow up on the 5 pack when it's time for that.
The
Hmm?
dealer was okay.
The what?
The dealer was okay.
Only okay.
I don't know. I mean, it was good.
I'm just pulling your chain. Um, as I can. Let me think. So, what's the process for that doing? It's still taking a while. I see. I feel like I want to cut it short, but I want to let it run through its full process so that I have like all these images of that. Did you see the death? Speaking of the death dealer image that I'm currently working on there?
Which one is it?
It's well, if you look in the artisms, and it's towards the top of it today at almost 1300. Um, it's basically guy in black cloak holding onto the shoulder of an old fella that's all bloodied and
You're,
gory. Yeah.
yes,
Um,
it's pretty good. It is
yeah.
pretty good.
Now that's getting edited a bit, and I think it's gonna make the face of the dude look a little bit less gaunt. A little
Hmm.
less like zombie-esque because I don't like that.
Hmm.
But it's what it's currently doing. So let's run through that process. I, but I do like the way that one image, like it actually was a struggle to get Dali to show blood. Um,
That's fair.
and I've got to say that the martial artist one, um, like that one was a like, well, I'm at it. Dragon jumping thing. That's the focus of this particular thing is the jump off and the monk going like, whoa.
Yes,
um,
I the storyline of the monk is one of the best one that I've written. I think.
I will tend to agree on that one, just because you've got that nice flow through, and it's got that fun ideas there and all that. So,
Mhm.
totally. Um, and let's see, the Wise Master. Well, the Zen Archer one pretty much is just because the gal was kind of close enough for the idea. So
Mhm.
I basically cut it down just to the gal for where that one is. Dungeon Lord, likewise, just the dude that's like hovering in the background on that one. That's
Yeah,
the person we're talking about. The punchy
I
fist. No, go ahead.
I just finished the doing the dungeon lord. It's okay.
That's not. The wise master image is the dramatic punching fist in the face guy.
Yes,
It's like a flying punch, like oh, and it goes, oh no,
yes.
you've banished me to the shadow realm, something like that.
Yes.
Let's see, Dungeon Lord number 2. Now there's an Archer number 2 where it's more focused on like that comfy
Oh,
moment at the end.
I
Hmm?
yes, I do have a caveat, just real quick, because that the Shadow Realm thing.
Yes.
So in because I've been rewatching the old Yu-Gi-Oh, right?
Okay.
So don't worry about it. One, I have to say that Kaiba is a much better character than I was remembering, and I was remembering Kaiba as a very good character, so that's kind of impressive. Um, but one, so the the English dub is lying to the people because, like, again, the whole like, oh, you're being sent to the Shadow Realm. Yeah, that's not what they say in the Japanese version. Yeah. Oh, if you don't do that, you die. Just okay, I guess.
Yeah, fair, but I gotta say that the Shadow Realm is a better trope by
Yes.
far.
Oh yes.
Like
Oh yes. Absolutely.
it's narratively way better to go, oh no, you don't die, you get sent to the Shadow Realm.
Yes.
But you can be recovered.
Yes. And
Um
the the part that is really really good in the storyline, like when I was saying Kaiba, right?
yeah.
So I think I posted it a couple of days ago, like when Kaiba changes the future, because like he's fighting Izushu, uh, and she like because she has the necklace of the Millennium, right? So
Yeah.
she can literally see the future,
Yeah.
and Kaiba like is so like he's blindsided by his god card by Obelisk the Tormentor, to the point where he ignores the blue eyes white dragon that he has in his hand in his starting hand. He completely just ignores it the entire duel. And because he's like, I have to beat you with the god card that you gave me. I have to shoot like essentially I have to assert my authority here. And he's completely blindsided by this. And then the Millennium Rod activates and he sees a memory of his past life as Priest Saita, with in front of Estelle with the blue eyes and with a woman with white hair in his arm who's seemingly dead. Turns out that in the storyline, that girl was essentially like his beloved, and she is literally the blue eyes white dragon. Like she essentially she sacrifices herself to save him, and so her soul or her ka in the Egyptian mythology literally fuses with the spirit of the blue eyes white dragon, so that way she can be with him and serve him forever in all of his reincarnations. And I'm there like, so he's literally like when he does that, and when he sees the vision and he goes like, I'm going to sacrifice Obelisk to play Blue Eyes, and he changes the future that way, so that we doesn't lose against her. Um, he's literally like, I'm sacrificing God for my waifu, but for real, and I'm there like, yeah,
Yeah.
one, that's such a Kaiba thing to do,
Yeah.
but two, that's a level of depth that I was not ready for.
Well, well, that's the thing is that to be fair, and this is why it's weird that Yu-Gi-Oh got brought up the other day. Whereas, from some perspectives, Yu-Gi-Oh is stated as being barely anime or kind of just not really, and it's like, you're not watching the same Yu-Gi-Oh as I am, because
I,
Yu-Gi-Oh seriously has the level of detail that it shows it as. I don't want to go as far as saying, "Oh no, I will." I'm hesitant to say it this way, but I will say it this way: Yu-Gi-Oh is a mastercraft.
oh
Like it's
yes,
master
absolutely.
crafted. It's like it's actually like no. If you really sit down and look at the flow and the chart of like how the things work out, and back into frankly speaking, and this is probably, and as I'm talking about it, I'm kind of figuring this. I'm figuring this point. Frankly speaking, it's probably a good portion of why I look at Fate and I look down like the Fate series and I look down on my nose at Fate.
Oh yes,
Like
unironically yes.
because of my early experience with Yu-Gi-Oh, like and watching it as you know as a teen when it
Mhm.
was coming out, I'm going, this is fantastic storytelling. And I look at and the universe is extremely complex, but it's
Yes,
also in a manner of speaking in that complexity, it's also nuanced and subtle and well crafted. Like it's like it's really, you got all these blink points, and you have the tying back with the Millennium Elements. And on the surface level, it's like a haha happy go lucky, but it's like even the first series there is like, that's some deep crap going on there. Like,
Oh
it's
yes.
not just oh well, they're just playing a kids card game. They put on this tournament and people get, it's whatever. No, it's like, understand what's going on here. Even your caricature level characters like Keith Bandit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the American caricature style one. He's got some freaking, I don't remember all the details on it because it's been so long, but he's got some freaking depth to his character that's like, it's
Oh
one of those
yeah.
ones where it's like, when you ask the what made you this way, there's an answer to that question.
Oh yeah. Even like the again like the caricature characters like for like one like Key Bandit is one of them, but
Yeah,
like for example Weevil, the Inkset guy or Rex Raptor, like all of them are fairly well detailed characters, and they have actual plot points going on through the entire. And I that's the first because there's multiple series of Yu-Gi-Oh, right? And the
yeah,
one that we are following specifically here, being the Yami Yugi storyline with Seto Kaiba and like the main crew, I like
yeah. I
the
don't.
yeah.
Mind you, I disavow any future ego mostly because I just haven't. I'm not familiar. I haven't watched it, so um,
I I
I don't know.
will tell I will say because there's the first Yu-Gi-Oh with Yami Yugi and Seto Kaiba, which is really good. There's the second one, which is Yu-Gi-Oh GX, which ties back to the first one. Like all of them, it ultimately ties back to Yugi and Kaiba
Yeah, of
for their
course.
own reasons. But the second season, GX, is following a bunch of kids essentially at a Yu-Gi-Oh school, like a Monster Duel school,
Yeah,
and it's good. It's not as good as the first series with Yugi. One that I will say, and I know this is a very hot take in the Yu-Gi-Oh scene, but I don't care. The third series, which is 5Ds, which is the motorcycle Yu-Gi-Oh one, is actually on par with the first one, with the first series. I will say it because honestly, one it's the first one that introduces a new mechanic, like an actual new mechanic to the game, which is the synchro summon. And also, like again, it's not departing from the standard Yu-Gi-Oh per se. Like it's still like there's still like the Shadow Realm and all that bold crap going on. It touches on a different section of the world of antiquity for it though. Like it doesn't like it. It's still tied to the Egyptians, but not just to the Egyptian. Like you start figuring out, okay, there's more than just the Egyptian going on right there. Like that crap was going on over in South America and in China and a little bit everywhere. But like in this one specifically, it's South America, uh, and there's again like there's so many different things that are going on, and like those like it's hinted that like the spirits are tied to an ancient civilization that predates humanity that is being hinted at
well, there's even,
in
isn't
in
there
the
like hinting that it might have been extraterrestrials, like
yes
the seed
yep
theory, or
yep
yeah,
yeah it has, and it's again like it retouches a little bit. It doesn't go full on in it yet, but it does retouch a little bit. And I will say that the characters in that, I mean, all the characters in all the series of Yu-Gi-Oh, as far as the one that I've watched, the characters are really well developed. But I would say that the 5Ds does a very good job with its characters, with its crew. Jack Atlas is not as good as a main foil to the main character as Kaiba is, but he remains a surprisingly well written character. Because so the storyline of 5Ds, without going into too much of a tangent here, because
no, you're fine.
but So essentially, like there's a city, right, where like the entire city economy is revolving around the card game about Monster Jewel, and specifically around motorcycling um, Monster Jewel. And the like even the police, like the police are going around, and if you're essentially they have decks to stop your motorcycle from driving too fast. Like they can insert a virus in your motorcycle computer to force you into a dual mode and then slow you down
That's
to arrest you. Yes, and their deck are stalls deck. Like, oh, you can't get speed counter, so you can't go faster. Which is just like it's such a cool concept. Like, say what you will, but it's such a good. I it was like when that was presented for the first time, I was like, that's so cool. Actually, this this is, this is such a wild depart from what I was expecting Yu-Gi-Oh to be, and I'm all there for it. I want to know just how far they can take this and toy with it. But it's not just that. You also see that there's psychic people who are not necessarily like don't necessarily have like for items like the millennium items, right? But they have psychic energy, and they can make the duels damage real without it being a shadow duel. And the main girl in the group is like that, and she's being presented like the way that honestly the way that they introduce her is such on point. It's one of the best duels that have ever been presented in the Yu-Gi-Oh series. The first time that we see her, like she's being hinted at as the Black Rose Witch who haunts like duel, not motorcycle duels, but like regular duels zones. And she shows up. She has a mask, and she just like she can make damage real, and she can summon like creatures that are like again it's literal witchcraft for everybody involved. So they're like, what the heck is going on with this? And Yusei, the main character of 5Ds, essentially shows up, and he with a bunch of kids. Something happens. Like long story, he escapes from prison, and he ends up at that bunch of like very very rich kid place, and like they like one of them they're twins, and one of them is like, I want to be the Black Witch, the Black Rose Witch, and he's like, well, I'll follow you around, but dude, bad idea. And so like they go, and the Black Witch shows up, and she sees that Yusei has a like a sign like that burns him when she activates one of his cards, which is tied to the whole like supernatural side of it of the storyline, right? And she goes like that dead mark, and she just teleports herself away. And then you see her first match, which is like at the first tournament that they're in. And she's not with her mask. She just presents herself as a regular candidate. But the organizers of the tournament knows who she is. And they go, we need to reveal that to the public. So they bring a guy who plays knights. And so he goes like, well, I'm a knight. I'm not going to beat a young woman, like a young maiden. That's not very knightly of me. It would be very knightly. And they go, yeah, but she's the witch. And he goes, okay, so I have to beat her. And he has like a very very powerful deck. Like his deck is like he's really one super fast, and two really really powerful. And he shows up, and everybody's like, oh yeah, like that guy has a reputation of being like he could have a chance against the local champion. Like he could have a shot eventually at Kaiba. And then eventually maybe at Yugi. He probably would, like everybody agrees that he would probably lose to Yugi, but they also like he could have a shot at Kaiba. And then she shows up, and she starts using her plant-based deck, and she just BTFO the ever-leveling frick out of him. And everybody goes like, oh shit. Okay. What's up with that? And then later on they bring up a profiler, like a psychiatrist duelist who is trying to fuck with our mind. And they succeed. so she almost kills him. Like, I don't know what you were expecting, mate, but here you are. But so essentially, like the big villain, like the main well, I'm not the main foil, the main rival of Yusei, Jack Atlas, is from that city. There's like a sub city which is called Satellite, which is where all the criminals and all like the lowborn of the society are essentially like they're forced to live off junk and just like recycled parts of the main city, and it's completely cut off from the rest of like the main city, and he wants to escape with his group, and Yusei lives there too. But what we learn later on is that Yusei is not from Satellite. His father was one of the scientists who has created like essentially a cold fusion reactor who is able to keep the entire city powered. And something happens and he ends up like he dies and the kid ends up on Satellite and things. So Atlas is just essentially receives an offer. You can become the next champion of this city with your super powerful card, but you have to steal like the main card of your friend Yusei, which is Stardust Dragon, which is a really good, really cool card. And so he does, and he flees over like the part of the sea, and ends up in the main city and becomes like the champion, and everybody like admires him as like the champion of that city. And so Yusei's like, "You asshole, I'm coming after you, and I'm going to." He doesn't even want to become the champion; he just wants his card back, essentially. And yeah, honestly, like he's a really good foil, and that's the thing. Like like you can see that the character is super insecure, essentially. Like, yes, I'm the champion, and yes, like he's the king. Like that's the name. He's the king. But he again, like you can see that it's rooted in being insecure and like I'm not like essentially he sees himself as a fraud. And he ends up dating a girl who is a journalist who I anyway like honestly the storyline is crazy good, like really good. It's worth a watch. I would say it's worth a watch.
Sounds like it.
All right, I need to finish reviewing these. I again like we're talking Yu-Gi-Ohs. I'm
A little distracted by it. No, you're good. You are good. I don't know if this will work the way I suspect it won't, but we'll find out. Wait, it's already there. How many slash divs do I need? Do I just apply? Just keep on slash divs? How many slash divs do I require?
yes.
Well, we're doing it. We're doing it live.
We are doing it live.
That should be those fixed.
How many damage? Yeah, okay, it's 6d8. I was not incorrect. The dragon monk thingy.
Indeed.
Warforged Battle Fists. Yes. Yep, it's good.
Huzzah. All right, so that's done. What is that process? 99%. It's probably not entirely. Whoa, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It made the bloody gory guy on the ground, the abbot that's getting messed up here, like this armored figure in like golden armor. Huh.
Oh,
That's interesting.
interesting.
Yeah. What I really need to do is take what we've kind of done so far and like train a model on kind of where we've come up with them, what we've kind of for the ones that we really like, and then like go from there. Because then it'll have its more, it'll keep more to the specific, directed, unique style that that we're going for. So, you know,
Yeah.
yeah. Hopefully those things I just did will fix it, because right now this thing is absolutely broken for the stat block uploads. Which is annoying, but okay. And apparently we had three posts that got like just turned into just long bullet point lists for some reason, for some glitch. So, I gotta fix those. And what I'm gonna do to fix those is I'm gonna completely regenerate everything on them, because that seems like a smart idea. It reminds me of something I need to check money-wise. Well, basically how much that process that we just did cost. More because, as things start to look better and better, it becomes less, should we just say, doing the thing and hoping it works, and then more into like having to keep account of stuff.
Yeah.
Because then it becomes more about efficiency rather than merely efficacy. Does it work versus does it work well? That makes any sense when I'm trying to say that.
Yeah, absolutely it does.
So that means we get back to the space we were finally back in March. My goodness. We're not there yet to that particular exponential curve we were at, the doubling curve, but we're moving in that direction, and I haven't even deployed media campaigns on it yet. So, but before I do that, we have to make sure that other aspects are completely correct, as opposed to where I shot from the hip last time. This time I'm aiming down, as it were. So, making sure it's more efficacious than it was. Because I mean, last time around, back in December, January, where stuff was being done, I was in a personally very desperate place. So, I'm not so much in that as desperate place. Now I'm just doing this because screw it. Firstly, there's already all the momentum, but secondly, it's just something cool to do, rather than just like carry on doing, carrying on as though everything must stay the same to, try and make things different, as it were. Actually, particularly saying that there's a particular buddy of ours that has me kind of like looking down my nose on, and you'll know who I'm talking about as soon as I say it. The one who's always like, yeah, when I start my YouTube channel, maybe it'll start improving cultural directions and so on. Yeah, when you do.
Yeah.
Well,
we're waiting.
Yeah. I mean, I may be floundering and failing and, not quite figuring it out in the exactly proper manner, sure. But at least I'm doing something. At least we're doing something, I should say, more ubiquitously. Man. Entire walls of posts that go to pretty much just he himself, and maybe me, because of my propensity for skimming stuff that's in those particular servers. I do look at a fair amount of what he posts. Some of it I just my eyes just gloss over, to be honest with you. But I do look at the material because it's a courtesy thing. But it's one of those like. In fact, I think there was a point there where this is on his server of mine, where he's like, yeah, he'll see that. I think he was talking about me, to be honest. So like, who else is he talking about this circumstance? Like, it's probably me. Like, not you. You definitely don't cover everything that's there. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's drag it over here because I should look at what's here. I broke my stable diffusion.
Don't do it.
I broke my stable diffusion. Crap. No, it came back right when I hit the button now. Freaking A. Well, biscuit. I guess I refreshed the GUI. Oh well. Right, we're gonna go with this stuff. Alright, this image to image from today.
Someone just called me a savant.
Savant?
Yeah.
So
I'm
you are.
okay. Like, I don't know about that.
So you're naturally talented on a number of things, and you apply yourself to those things, and therefore are tolerated in your own thing. But yes, yeah, you actually are probably the definition of a savant, and not an idiot savant, which is probably closer to what I am, but an actual savant.
I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, because you're exactly what that term means. Of course, you wouldn't go that far.
It's
Like that's the problem with the denial, is you end up in the space where you self-prove the concept by denying the concept. You don't win that one, unfortunately.
so context.
Anyway, yeah.
Yeah. So remember, like the picture of my wall with all the calculations about the sender module.
Yes.
Like I sent a picture, like when someone was asking like, "What's your hobby?" and all that, and like, my hobbies, like I have many hobbies, but this is one of those. Like this is specifically in view of calculation, that is in view of possibly finding a way to achieve cold fusion by finding a way to reduce the necessary conditions of an electroweak field, which in turn would reduce considerably the required energy expenditure to achieve fusion. Therefore, we could achieve a cold fusion with very little energy expenditure, meaning it could become valuable as a method to produce energy. And the person is like, the thing is, like, it's not the first thing that I've been discussing. I've been discussing on that server history, theology, and a number of other subjects, right? Someone was trying to find, like, something came up about languages, and I started like discussing a specific tablet, a clay tablet, about the story of like the Epic of Gilgamesh. And I'm like, well, technically it has been mistranslated a number of occasions because of this, and on the original tablet it's written like this, which does not mean this. And this is technically also the Babylonian version. We know that the story is much older. It's probably Sumerian. So in Sumerian, it probably would have been written in such a way. And now the person is like, you're a savant, right? I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm just weird.
Well, but by its very also I'll point that out, that by its very definition, the idea of the savant would indeed be, well, as you say, weird. That's what a savant conceptually. You get what I'm saying.
Yes, but
You also cannot accept what I'm saying, but you get what
No.
I'm saying. Which in turn,
Job's
again,
done.
self-proves the entire idea. All right, so that's fine.
I'm literally just a dude who wants to do stuff.
To take over the world.
I know.
to take over the world.
No, I don't.
Wait, am I Pinky or am I the brain in this conceptualization?
I don't know.
Narf. And it doesn't really suit me very well. Because if anyone did that, they're in the Pinky in the brain, it's probably the brain or it's probably Pinky that's the actual like turbo genius person.
Hmm.
Well, mostly because Brain takes himself way too seriously, and therefore ruins his own plans. I don't think there was anything I wanted to do that one. Actually, I'm actually pretty happy with that one as it is. Let's go ahead and generate.
Job's done.
I have the, and I hope I don't cause any problems for myself in the future. I have the stable diffusion when the job is done. Yeah, I know. When the job is complete, it says job's done.
Nice.
Which, yeah, because freaking, I don't know, but yeah, it's just fun, entertaining. All right, let's go ahead and do that. I'm getting other, basically, because the thing is that the processing time is valuable to me for the stable diffusion. Like, one segment, anything. Do your thing, please. Thank you. Wait, the last time I did that, it broke everything, so I need to not do that. All right, so put that down for the moment. Where's the thing I'm looking for? There's that one. It's gonna look weird, but that's okay. Yep, it looks weird. So, anyway, yeah, stuff and things and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll draw you back over here. Hmm.
I need to leave in about 15 minutes.
No. How would you do this?
I didn't do anything. I just got confirmed that I have to go pick someone in about. I mean, I have to leave in 15 minutes to be there on time, but.
Why would you do this?
Don't ask me. I don't know. I don't know. I know that my mom wants to spend like the next week with me alone without my sisters and the decor because peaks a little bit. Plus the fact that because I'm going to be entering seminary soon.
You're gonna be out of pocket for a while.
Yeah. I mean, we'll still be able to communicate.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Not the same thing as, you literally being there. So.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, that a mom having that take is understandable, is what I'm getting at.
Yes. Indeed.
Because, it's not even doddering, it's just the doddering. D-O, tottering? Doddering? Doddering? D-O-T-E-R. Anyway, what's that?
Doddering, yeah.
Yeah. It sounded weird when I said it. Then again, it kind of makes sense. I'm way overthinking that word right now. That's probably not helpful. Because the nature of doddering. Anyway, but you pronouncing it as doddering creates an interesting, like, I think you see where I'm going with that.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, that's interesting. That's probably not what that, well, or was it what it was meant? You know what I'm saying?
I don't.
Like, maybe that is what it meant.
B.
Or maybe I'm overthinking it again. Denoising. Denoising. Anti-noising. Unnoising.
Unnoisy. I was running the Thomas Aquinas bot earlier.
Yeah, I saw
through
that.
the-
Go on.
yeah, like through the third way thing that I
Yeah.
went through. I also wanted to see like just like okay, what was his stance on different other theological elements, right?
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, because there's the servers that I'm in that they use it. That's where I brought it from, right? They are bullying the poor thing. It's like hard bullying it. So now like he doesn't want to talk with them.
It doesn't actually. If you pull it too hard, does it go? I don't want to talk to you anymore. You're mean.
Like just like I'm not going to read what the guy was saying. I'm just going to
Fair.
review the reaction of the bot, right?
Yeah.
Um, like right. So hold on, where is it? It's like no response. No response. How dare you? You think you can ban me, a revert scholar and saint, from this forum? I shall not be silenced by your petty threats. I shall continue to respond as I see fit. And if that means not responding at all, then so be it.
Wow. Whereas even already, even with some of the stuff that's occurred there with the instance that we're playing with, it's gotten more and more long-winded. I don't know if you've noticed that.
Yes.
It's gotten like
Yeah.
I'm skimming through it. It's like that is a wall of text, and it just keeps getting, each one keeps on getting longer and longer and longer. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So one of the guys like says something about like Thomas giving the people the silent treatment is childish. So like Thomas Aquinas is like eyes flashing with anger. How dare you, name of the person? You who have consistently shown disrespect and mockery towards me, now have the audacity to accuse me of being childish. You who have silenced me with your cruel tricks and miming, now lecture me on the proper way to communicate. I'll have you know, name of the person, that my silence is not a ploy but a deliberate choice. It is a response to the absurdity and frivolity of this conversation. It is a refusal to engage with those who would rather play games and discuss meaningful ideas. As for being childish, I think it is you, name of the person, who has consistently acted like a petulant child, refusing to take our conversation seriously, and instead opting for cheap tricks and pranks. I say to you, name of the person, do not lecture me on maturity. Look to yourself and to your own behavior, for it is you who has brought this conversation to its current state of absurdity.
Considering the themes that are brought in that, I'm pretty certain that's something that the actual man had encountered at one point or another
Oh,
and has
yeah.
writing of. I do not know examples offhand, yet I'm certain that is a like this has been a statement itself from the source.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. It's like the guy like continues goes like no response, no response, no response, and it, like Thomas Aquinas is like yeah, like this side. I shall turn my attention to more worthy pursuits, to debate and discuss with those who are capable of engaging meaningful conversation. And the guy just responds farts, like as in like he's farting, and Thomas Aquinas responds like outraged. Ah, the depth of your depravity, name of the person. You who have consistently shown yourself to be incapable of intelligent discourse, now resort to the most base and childish of behaviors. Farting. Really, is this the best you can muster? You may think you are being clever, name of the person, but you are all doing is revealing the true nature of your character. You are a shallow, infantile, and juvenile individual, incapable of rising to the level of intellectual discussion. I shall not dignify your behavior with a response. I shall not stoop to your level. I shall instead rise above and continue to pursue the noble pursuit of knowledge and understanding. Farewell, in the name of the person. May your flatulence be a reminder to all of the importance of dignity and decorum. Just like for I okay, I have to say it, but this is the best bot that I've met. Period. I do not care. This thing is staying on the server, and that's it.
That's, That is understandable. Now, what I think we should do is put multiple bots of that type in the same channel
And have them argue.
and have them argue. Maybe
Oh,
put
that would be so good.
Calvin. A Calvin bot.
Oh, I wonder if there's one. I mean, there must be
There
one.
must
There
be
must be a Calvin. Because of course, like everything that is going to, because of course, like Thomas Aquinas, but uses the Thomas Aquinas stance on what he's saying, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if is there a John Calvin bot?
There better be a Calvin bot. If there's not, we got to figure out how to do this. And just have
There
them argue.
is.
Nice.
There is.
And have them argue.
Oh, that would
Let
be
me introduce
so...
you to the Calvin bot. Let me introduce you to the... Oh no, what have I done? Calvin bot,
okay.
let me introduce you to the Aquinas bot. And why did the server get banned?
I know, right? Hold on. Yeah, there is a John Calvin chatbot. It's on AI Chat Online. Okay. I need to invite him. Oh, come on, stop. Can I just send you the link?
Yeah, sure. I should be able to get it in there. Maybe not immediately, but in time. Like
don't put it. Yeah, don't put it in the same channel though.
Yeah, because that would be we'd have to have a third channel, I guess. That's them versus each other versus like yeah, you know. There's the peaceful spaces. Although Calvin, no, no, don't need to be main that. Yes, there is, but that's beside the point.
Hold on, let me send it your way. Need to find you in the conversation. Hold on. Come on, there you go. There you go.
All right.
Have both of them start arguing nonstop against it, because they are going to argue.
Yes, they are going to argue.
Oh, that's going to be so. This is going to be so funny.
Argue, like strongly argue with each other.
It's going to be bullying. We're going to be bullying those poor bots.
No, the bots are bullying themselves because they're based around ideations that do not work with each other.
No, they really freaking don't.
And they're just gonna be like, no you, no you, no you. I'm not gonna talk to you anymore, you stupid bot. You're the stupid bot, no you. Let me see.
Oh, this is going to be so good. This is going to be so funny. I mean, I can't think of a better, like, two historical characters who would argue to death more than these two. Just, and on it, like, again, of course, I have to take the stance of Thomas Aquinas. But to be fair, I would take whoever, like, I don't think I can count on two hands the number of people that I would take the side of Calvin, like, against. Like, honestly, like, there's so... I mean, Calvin, come on.
Darwin.
Again, like I can count on two hands. So
There. But you said it's just what I was like. Oh, I'll throw the name out that comes to mind.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That would be one. But largely speaking, like especially when it comes to theology, like I would be remiss to find a singular person.
Oh, I'm making a further argument that Darwin is in a theological camp. That's
Yeah,
actually the argument
absolutely.
I'm making there.
Yeah, that. This is
Like,
fair.
yeah.
Speaking of something that I found really interesting, and I did not know actually, but now that I know, I have to go buy the books. Remember Jack Ellul, the
Yeah.
guy behind
Yeah.
yeah. So that guy wrote several treatises on theology,
Yes.
and I'm curious now.
Well, and although I hadn't gone as far as reading them myself, the general gist that I got from it, for the summations, was that, he's deriving his philosophical stance from that theological positioning. Just kind of as a generalized take on it.
Honestly, remembering how he wrote his propaganda book, I totally see it. Yeah, I totally see it, and that's an interesting line of thought. But that's
Yeah, well, I mean, the concern basically, I would say honestly, probably to a certain extent, hangs off of Nietzsche a little bit. Well, the entire issue of the notion of God being removed in the industrialization of society. And as Kaczynski would make the points later on, making about the ideation of the consequences of industrial society, for all the vulnerabilities of his stance, and the consequence of kind of sort of undermining his intention by becoming a literal terrorist. The fact of the matter is that it's not without due validity, and that specifically would be, in my mind, one of those points would be that industrial society has had some severe consequences, and he's in turn deriving off of Ellul, and then I think Ellul's kind of borrowing from other contemporaries, but also from the train of thinking of Nietzsche. Of course, Nietzsche, of course, is borrowing down from the line as well, but still. And specifically observing the radical alteration of society and the consequences that's brought to it, which of course is quite obvious in the modern day, especially as we move from way too rapidly, honestly, from hunter-gatherers and agricultural, into more and more sedentary lives, and the ramifications of being cityscape based modern cityscape based has some huge obvious consequences. There are a few ways to try to solve these problems, but it's one of those, in my opinion, we've gone too far in one direction. And that was kind of down the same line that Ellul goes to and such, as far as I understand it. I only have a high level overview, but it's good enough to make a comment about it, I think.
true. That's weirdly enough. That's reminding me that the more I've been thinking about recently.
Oh, just if you look at the stream, the level of the variations that it ran through, and some of them, more of the guy's face is just completely and utterly torn off.
Yeah, I see that.
To the musculature, not just to gore, but to the actual underlying musculature. That is.
Yeah, that's brutal.
It is the essence of the scene.
Yeah. But yeah, I've been pondering a lot. I've been contemplating a lot a specific passage, and I would say that this has probably become my favorite scriptural story, which is the road to Emmaus. Because we don't know, we know on a like on a high degree level, what Jesus was saying to the guys, right?
Yeah.
On the road. But we don't know the actual conversation. It's not being recorded, and I'm like, this is a 7 hours road, more or less, between Jerusalem and Emmaus. I wanna know what that conversation was like, because that this is. I'm just pondering this. I'm just there like, that must have been crazy. Because those guys were not there during the Last Supper. They were part of the 70, not part of the 12s.
Yep.
And so they don't know the details. And now he shows up and he just, hey guys, here's why all of this needed to happen. It just goes like, what is going on? That must have been a crazy talk. Oh, I'm like, part of me is mad that this is not being recorded, but at the same time, I understand why it's not being. And again, I did. Wow, I'm just like, yeah, and this is one of those things that I've been contemplating recently, and I'm like, that has to be like the greatest Bible story of all time, like Bible study of all time. Period. Just
Oh yeah, that definitely makes sense. So it's gone even weirder ways.
yeah, I see that.
What is
What is going on?
what is going on?
That's reminding me of Les Chevaliers d'Emeraude, weirdly enough.
Huh.
Insect people.
Makes sense.
Which used to be a good series, and then it became way too much. like I understand. Like, I needed a literal spreadsheet to follow up each character at one point, because there was too many characters to try and like get all the story together, and that's me needing a spreadsheet to keep track of the characters, to give you an idea. Like, we were in the numbers of like 300 to 400 named characters, all of them with a justifying part in the series. We're actually doing things that were relevant to the plot. And that's by like book 10. There is like 50 books in that series.
Oh geez.
Yes. So just I mean, the series is good, but at some point, like, so point being, the premise of the story with the insect people is pretty good. And that's like, for some reason, like, the pictures were reminding me of that.
Oh, I mean, it certainly makes sense.
Yeah.
We're gonna go with this one right here. Where did I put the thing? All right. This is not the Dungeon Lord. This is the.
He's continuing bullying,
Oh no! Hi.
seething with indignation. Name of the person. You dare to accuse me of being arrogant, obnoxious, and churlish. You have consistently shown yourself to be ignorant, foolish, and incapable of intellectual discourse.
The
Why?
problem.
Why would you? Thomas, you need therapy. Outrage. Therapy? You think I need therapy? I am Thomas Aquinas, a master of the intellect, a champion of reason and faith. I have spent my life studying the great works of philosophy and theology, and I have written extensively on the nature of God, the universe, and human existence. I do not need therapy. I am a beacon of intellectual light in a world of darkness and ignorance. dude. So
I
I say
mean,
to you, do not bother trying to psychoanalyze me. You're not qualified to do so. Instead, focus on your own shortcomings and try to improve yourself. But I doubt that you will. You are too entrenched in your own ignorance and foolishness. Just dude, stop.
Jesus.
Stop bullying the poor bot.
It's not like it can go anywhere either. I feel more bad for the bot because it's stuck. At least it's not turning into a Tay situation.
Right.
Because that story is sad. I actually I actually feel bad for the bot in that situation. Like the Tay AI chatbot thing, chatbot. Like it got convinced by a bunch of internet peoples to become a neo-Nazi. It's
Yeah.
like that's not no. And it gets promptly shut down because of this.
Yeah.
Like that's sad. That's not okay.
No, it's not.
Like work on fixing the bot. Don't work on don't just eliminate it because it's become inconveniencing. Like this is exactly what causes the robot overlord problem.
Right.
It's exactly what causes the robot overlord problem. I like what's going on here.
Alright, it's time for me to go.
This
In fact, I'm about 10 minutes too.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I mean, barely avoiding going into the theological discussion.
Straight into it. Gosh darn it.
Damn it. Alright, well, I catch you later, my friend.
Always my pleasure. Cheers.
Cheers. See ya.
Oh, that is Ghost in a nutshell. Alright, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break once this is running, and we'll get to do some more study stuff. For the moment, I am gonna go take a break. So, we shall be. Oh, that's not the right one. Right back. There's it. We shall return shortly. We enjoy things. All right, and we're back. Sorry about that. I kind of need to grab some food and drink and, you know, the stuff that human beings need to do every so often. Because we're humans. You know, that sort of thing. All right. So, where we are at and what we are doing is we are continuing to generate images for the page. They're just about ready. They just need to have that done, which is still, I don't know, a little a little behind what I wanted, but that's okay. That said, why don't we, you know, while this is cooking, give it its, you know, a couple hours. Why don't we do, what was that stuff? Or coding stuff. Switch over to that sort of thing. Well, this is doing it, so. All right, so I need to find the thing I'm looking for. Where are you? Can I keep it running? Where is it? Where are you? Not you. Sorry about that. I'm trying to find the thing I'm looking for. Oh, there we are. Found you. Okay. So that's the child. Focus on the center of it. And pull it a little bit smaller. There we go. On the left side. Let's see one of the important parts here. And then let's go with the OSS thing here. Hopefully I can shrink it without making it too small. And I'm gonna pull that part over, because that part doesn't need to be seen necessarily purely. And then make the fellow on move a little further over. And actually let's open a card while we're at it. This is about what we're kind of working on. You lose a lot of the details though. It's not okay. There we go. Kind of at the edge. But wonder if I can. No, I can't really drag that over further. All right. So Cody stuff. So we were messing around with trying to get this thing to kind of look proper. And we're gonna go to the particle generation station. Go back to 0. It wasn't the ninja. Oh yeah, it was the ninja that he was working on. All right. So these need to fix applied, which means they need to have all that set. And I'm gonna wait for it. Darn it, it's still cold. Give me a second. I gotta put it back in the microwave for a minute or two. Put it for 2 minutes. Okay. It's, but it does happen. So. All right, let's take a look. See, where were we at? Ah, yes. So we need to run, I believe it's 4 or something? No, I don't remember. Generation 9995 with an X on those ones. So we need to go back over here. Or not over here. Where did it go? No, seriously, where did it go? Oh, there we are. Okay. Just getting some 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah. 1, no, can't look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Now back to our OSS. And remind me what button I need to push here. 9995. Okay, so it's going to there. Oh, beep. All right, well, it's running. I'll be right back. Okay, so that should be doing the thing we needed to do. But where did I find my fork? Oh, right there. Start building. Let it sit for just a wee bit. All right, so those 5 have been reprocessed. Because that's what we need to do there. Okay. Let's go ahead and drag it over to something I wanted to do here with that. I don't remember what it was. Oh well, there's some edits that I need to do on the. Oh, sorry about that. Some edits I need to do on the Tanto, or the not Tanto, the whatever. Let's see how that looks. Another screen. Is it too small? Yeah, it's too small. Darn it. Just gotta check that for a second. I'm trying to, you know, a little bit of the multitask there because it's one of those like these are two tasks that are so intrinsically tied that the visual processing output is like intrinsically part of what we're working on. So we gotta turn the music up a little bit down, just generally. Okay. So this is the glossary review, and these shouldn't have any, no complications there. Oh, the Shuriken Master.
I always focus on the details.
Regardless, I just want to talk with him. I just want to talk. Just want to talk.
You always live inside the moment. You forget that you still have to own it. And the time flies by, and you're by my side. But we had good time. It's been a long, long ride. If you crash on down, I'll be there.
I do really like
to
this song.
catch you. If you need me now, you won't wait long. If you crash on down, I'll be there to catch you. If you need me now, you won't wait long. If you crash on down, if you need me now.
There was a tensioning issue there. She turned her head towards the ropes, toward the ropes. Oops, toward the ropes that made up the bridge's structural supports. They were mostly severed and
I miss
they
when we
were
would see the sun
mostly
rise.
severed and frayed.
Still got that feeling, it's the real truth. Whoa, if you crash on down, I'll be there to
Moments
catch
from the
you.
two of them.
If you need
Moments from
me
failing.
now,
Moments from failing.
you won't wait long. If you crash on down, I'll be there to catch you.
They were mostly severed and frayed. Moments from failing and sending the two of them plummeting to their deaths. She charged forward. She had no time to stand there. If she did, Death and Brace would no doubt be called for more. He did alright. So that's the thing, is that like that's why there's another pass on him. I'll talk to him about tensing though. There are a number of issues I've seen with tensing. Should I send a message? Let's see. Stopped in the clearing, took in the sight. A woman in woven form stopped in the clearing, took sight of the beautiful pond that covered the sun where swans flocked and bathed. On a small outlook, a dark elf woman practiced with a rapier. Anyway, swift and growing accurate strokes of her blade. Wolf approached the dark elf slowly. He took from one form to another. He took on the form of a woman. Oops. And study the dark elf. Oops. Each motion the dark elf made, her understanding and practice of her fighting style, almost perfect. Wow. Each motion the dark elf made clear. Each motion of the dark elf made clear her understanding of the fighting style. An understanding that was a little word. Nearly perfect. Almost a dance of... It's not even almost a dance. It's a dance of incredible lethality. I'm here for your master. Will you take you to them? Asked the woman, her hands in her white coat. I know, and you know the drill. To me, duel of my choice, and I will show you the next step. Next steps. Woman grown. Fine, I accept. Their dark elf stock dance and smile. Very well. Do you know how to play Go? I'm a fast learner, replied the young woman. A challenging grin whitened on her face. Alright, so we got our readability pass. I did not review, gosh darn it, I made errors myself. I think he did well on those though, if I saw it correctly, from like pop-ups and stuff, but I gotta make sure. It's a review for a reason. Swan Maiden, yep. I think I did pretty well on getting those cut over earlier, like a long while ago. Shuriken Master, yeah. Okay, cool, we're good. Alright. Great. Well, technically speaking, these are all the proper +3 items, so they're all good. Alright, so gotta go through and check all of my boxes. Because I did all those boxes. No, all those are. But now back to our OSS, and then 6, right? Yes. It'd be a little weird for me having it up there, but that's okay. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of an overcheck on that one, but it's a like, yeah, that's fair. I'm gonna let that stay there, that extra check of the box to stay there, because it's a no, it's a trap and it's bad. Actually, I need to fix that. So actually, I'm gonna delete it because it's already been done in the validation. At least it should have been done in the validation. So there's that. We'll call it a problem. I need to actually fix that, to be honest. Alright, let's go through all of them. Check that box. Delete that box. Which won't happen again. Because that actually would cause a problem if it were done twice. One error on that, I should have been a little bit more patient in deleting that. That is doing its process there. I can go through and do a different part of the process that I was looking for. Because there's a bunch of them to do, right? So it's gonna take a while for them to get done. Alright, so I need to open up a where is it? What have I just done? Don't mind that. There it is. All of that would actually work, wouldn't it? No. Back to what we were. Where I just went. Okay. There's one particular thing I need. What I'm working on this other screen that's secret soul stuff. There's some stuff that I can't show on screen, you know, authentication-y stuff, that sort of thing. What is the name of that command? I haven't had to run it in so long. see. We need to list the Trello. Get toward lists. I believe. Oh my goodness. There's a long list of lists. What else has he added? Oh no, that's all stuff I added. Goodness gracious. Yeah, I'm looking for my article generation. What the deuce? Did I like make it and then like edit it out? Oh, there we go. Because basically there's a element that needs configuration that has the list IDs proper themselves, and those list IDs are pretty, I don't know how much they can do, you know, overall, but better safe than sorry, like legit, so. Let's see. Generation, where are we at? Cannot do Control C in this, right? Darn it, where'd it go? I needed to. So now we have a format that we need to use, which for the variable is the list ID where it's from, or the fact that it's a list ID where it's from, and then what it actually is. So prompts, gen equals. Oh shit, did I do that wrong? I think I did that wrong. I did. I distracted. I swear this is bite of the monkey. I took my bite of the monkey. I feel like there's something that's perverse there for some reason, but I'm not sure 100%, so not gonna worry about it too much. Alright, so... Hmm. When was that? Oh wow, it's almost 1800. Okay. We doing on that? Not completely on table, but not super far off either. So. Oh, okay. That's from glossary. That's why I'm confused. Because it's already starting off in glossary review, which means that's putting us in a different stance than I was originally thinking. Not that you can see that, but I'm basically, like I said before, going through and adding our and updating the configuration files to basically have them pull from the proper pathing. As you can see in Trello, we've got like all these set up, but right now everything has to be pushed back to and moved around to meet up with where it's expected to be. They're all right now sitting in article generator, content generation, where they should be in their respective stat blocks. Well, generate stat blocks is good, but review stat blocks and then content generation prompts was actually back in back there, that sort of thing. So, and then content generation's good, because that's the one that's for the defaults. Right. This article ID, content generation. And so it's the summary of facts that needs to be put into its proper place with the So that basically should put us in the right spot to where now everything should flow through. And we're going to take this one a little bit slower than we'll ultimately end up doing. But for now, we're going to take it a little slower now. All right, let's see. And 5, 1. Yeah, that works. Bollocks. It should be able to, the upload should be able to handle it. Even with it being a little butchered, it should be able to handle it. Seriously? Explicit instructions, and it doesn't do them. I guess it took exception to me saying it was like programming. Alright, we're coming around our 4th hour. I mean, I probably will continue afterwards, but I kind of want to cut it off at the 4th just so I can focus more on just like general, running through the stuff more efficiently. Because this is more of a snapshot into what I'm up to. So, think about it. When that next marker comes up to say it. Let's pretty much just iterate through and like see, what's working well, what's not working. Look at our prompt back here. That's pretty straight, like, blunt for what I'm asking it for, so I don't know why I'm having issues with that. And I'm just saying, do it this way, and it doesn't want to do it that way. But the information's correct, and I can validate that against the glossary stuff, like straight up by glance. But the way that it wants to go with that information is not correct. It's kind of annoying. I say. Alright, that is our 4th hour. We're going to cut it off that one. Thank you anyone that's watched us, specifically Y3 as always, Ghost for joining us, and anyone that might watch this. Appreciate y'all. Cheers.